Okay, 1 second. Let me just open some curtains, get some light in here, and then we'll start. Alright, how's everyone doing? Good to see all of you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. I totally didn't get a late start this morning due to staying up too late playing Pokemon. Nope, not me. Nope, 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 nope. You see, I did this thing where I was gonna go to bed, and I was like, alright, I can just keep my Switch on as I attempt to fall asleep. I got a Stone Swan stream on this monitor. I got a Pup Tea stream on this monitor. And then I got my Switch and I'm in bed and I'm petting a cat and I'm just chilling. I'm like, yeah, I'll get tired soon. 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 It soon took a while. I like your sunglasses. Yeah, thanks. I was just taking trash out and transition lenses, so it makes me look temporarily cool, which is arguably the best kind. And you know. So the moral of the story is, I totally didn't stay up until like 3 a.m. doing Pokemon stuff. Yeah, it's fine. You're always cool. No, you. No, you. um, let's greet everyone first. We got loading screen control, Pup T. Oh, redemptions work again, by the way. Sound redemptions. I tested. They work. Um, Mr. David Bowley, Nunu, Pirek, Herrera, Sen, Jaybridge, Stone Swan, Chris. Oh yeah, there we go. It's happening. Cool. You guys are going through withdrawals, huh? My Max quagging. I'm proud of you. Sound alerts work? I think so too. I think so. um, I enjoyed that. I missed that sound. Oh, we got another one. We got a late one. Okay, okay. So, I still have to actually put the builds together for the last couple action skills for the challenge run series. We've got Reaper of Bones left. I think we're gonna do that one first, and we've got Polymorph as well. I think I decided for Reaper, I'm just gonna try to have as much uptime as possible while doing the good old big ammo sawmill stuff. I think. I think that's the play. So, the first leg of the stream is gonna be me putting together stuff for that. Lasted a whole 13 minutes. You gotta speedrun harder. So I've got to get on some sort of save. And the idea is I want to do a chamber run or two and just get a bunch of sawmills so I have a good base to work off of. Because I think I want ×2 with high mag, and I just need to see which parts do what, because I don't have a... I have a reference sheet that shows what parts things can roll, I just don't have one that shows what each of those do. So, I guess I could go on this. We just cleansing flames our way to some, just through some boss runs real quick. Hey Huntress, how you doing? Was I doing Storm Dragon's Judgment or cleansing flames on this? I was doing Storm Dragon's Judgment. And I guess I could keep doing that. Works out fine. Peachy Keen, glad to hear. So I can't go super late today because I do have an appointment after stream this afternoon, so I don't have unlimited time. But I'm hoping we can get 2 runs done today. It might have to only be 1, depending on how long this step takes. BJ adulting, doing my best. On the first week of work and I love it. Excited to visit the studio next week. Let's go. I'm really glad it's working out well for you. Love to hear it. Sounds like some Craig shit. Real. A stupid idea that Lazy talked me into doing. Oh, it was the ASMD thing? I briefly checked Discord this morning. I assume that. I don't need the Tooth Raider. I can just do that. SMD on Mo's. Yeah, it's one of those things, like, it'll definitely do a lot of damage. Just, you will also be included in that. If you find a way around that, or you just, like, exercise enough trigger discipline that there's always an enemy to kill, you're fine. Kind of cool to have like a 4-second cooldown on the hammer. Like, I could push that to be faster as well. Like, if I ran an armor with more points in dedication, obviously that wouldn't be much. That'd be another 30%. That'd be something. Also, this Theurge doesn't have the double cooldown rule. But I think the damage is like more practical here. It's still cool to have this short a cooldown, like no downtime. Finally, build I can get behind. Hey, Twisted Grid. Thank you for the Prime for the 5 months. You're probably Blastmaster for the splash damage bonus. Eh. The thing with Blastmaster is, like, sure, it gives splash, but you can also get splash from, say, a Rocketeer with points in TCP, or you can get bigger bonus element with points in Skagden from a comp. Or you can run Flare for the extra V1, because you won't be shooting very frequently, so you're not going to have a lot of Kuka combo. Cub stays when you go down, right? It's been a while. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does. Because of that, it's also another condition for you to get back up if you just run a Cub uptime setup. And the thing with Blastmaster is you would have to not switch weapons and not reload. Otherwise, Flare would be shit. No, it'd still be great for boss one-shotting. But it would be significantly less useful overall. You are right about that. I guess with this much cooldown, I really don't need the Theurge at all. Like, it's nice to have the ability to get it back that 1 second faster, but basically my amulet slot is just giving me 1 second off my cooldown infrequently right now. I could use that more wisely. I mean, I guess Harbinger would be unironically pretty good here, despite me having really low overall capacity. Of course, Skeep makes sense. I think, like, unironically Harbinger. It's kind of funny. Outside of TCP, would Rocketeer have any benefit? Or remember if any of the auto bear anoints were worth? You don't use Rocketeer for auto bear anoints. You use Rocketeer because auto bear is a destroyer of worlds. But also, running Rocketeer forces Iron Bear on cooldown longer, which means better uptime on Big Surplus, which is, you know, damage. And Rocketeer just rolls good skills. Skagden and TCP, and the third one's escaping me right now, but it's also a good skill. It's just not as good as those two usually. Okay, I'm here for Sawmills. That's a sentence. That is a sentence spoken in 2023. I am here for Sawmills. What's in the vendor? I should check that too. Why do you want a sawmill? Because we're going to do sawmills for the Reaper of Bones run. Sad mill. Yes, we're going to use sad mills. I want sawmills so I have a reference point when save editing. Because I don't use illegitimate items, and I want to make sure that I optimize, but with stuff that can actually happen. And also this gives me some time to get the brain juices flowing. I normally do a lot of this pre-run prep off-stream, but sometimes I do like showing you guys how I go through. Ooh, Skeep Prod. Skeep Prod would just be better. Okay, here's a sawmill. 16 mag times 3. I think I want a 22 mag times 2. Is what I'm going to settle on. What have we got in here? Time skip. I feel like time skip gets put in there a lot. Plate mail. That's always good to find in here. This is a good plate mail too. Plate mail vendor weak as Pog. Fatebreaker. Fatebreaker is one of those things that it's kind of like Swift Death. It's not as completely terrible as we initially thought it was, but like it's also still not great. Morning, it's Staccato. How you doing? The Auto Bear 130 bonus work with Rocketeer. Bonus elements do not interact with each other. So yes, you would get it, but note that the Auto Bear 130 Anoint is not an action skill active or like a modal thing. It is when Auto Bear is spawned, if the Anoint is in your hand, then it turns on, but it won't turn on retroactively. Like, you can't switch into an Anoint with that. And also, because of the way Moze works, gun-only bonus elements are generally one of the worst things you can put in Anoint slots for her, because, for example, that doesn't apply to Short Fuse. If you're going to use a bonus element in gun slot, well, URAD and Terror Cryo, those will apply to Short Fuse, they will apply to your Hollow Points, they'll apply to your grenades, all of which is nice to have. It's still generally less optimal than just taking a gun damage Anoint, but it's something. Running something like Next 2 Mags or Auto Bear Incendiary is like, especially Auto Bear Incendiary, because it's giving Moze fire damage. You think Moze, of all characters, needs more fire bonus elements? Like, she's already got a lot. Skagden, Big Surplus, Experimental Munitions are all good fire bonus elements. There's Cloud of Lead for another source of additional free fire damage that's still good. And then, like, if you were to meme and take shit skills as well, you could do Selfless Vengeance. But one of the reasons Selfless Vengeance is bad is because it works the way some of those other gun-only bonus elements do. It's just not good. It's not worthwhile. Okay. Let me see here. Put the sawmill in here. So I'm thinking this is going to be Morticulturalist. Just because, haha, funnies. So Spore Grave, as much mag size as possible. Last Gasp, probably Theurge Inflammation to minimize downtime. Just figuring out which save I'm gonna copy over for this. I could use the Barrage save. Morning, Jester. How you doing? Oh, I'm glad you brought it up, Nightbot. Yeah, advance. Code Quag 30. Hope someone used it. Remember in Selfless Vengeance's time scaled with investment took us 2 years to realize Selfless Vengeance bad? Yeah. You know how Bounty Hunter and Executor just, we keep finding things that they always did that we were like, oh, wow, that would have been cool to know. That's really good. Selfless Vengeance is the reverse of that, where every once in a while people just find a new way for it to suck. I'm just going through the epilogue stuff here so I can get into the Chaos Chamber room to use the storage and stuff. Advanced plug, of course. Advanced is my constant companion in my evening gaming whenever I'm tired. I'll probably need some tonight. Is it even the best 15% bonus element in Red Tree? Yeah, like, Experimental Munitions is right there. Only costs 1 point. Applies to more things. And requires less upkeep. Play another Pokemon session tonight? No, I have adulting to do after stream. And I go out infrequently enough that going outside just drains my energy for the whole day. Even for just like a couple errands. Yeah, I don't need to keep this save intact. But what do I run for the armor? Planning on doing Spore, Grave, Reaper of Bones. Experimental munitions is even good, but it's 1 point, easy to trigger for dots. For it being 1 point, I think that pushes it over into being good because, like, EM on a character other than Mose would be fantastic. It's not bad because it's on Mose, it's just you're on Mose, so you care a lot less. Like, EM on other characters would go crazy. Let's look at some skill combos here. Um, I guess Grave Power makes Reaper stronger, but like, do I need to care about that? Yeah, boost is pretty pog. 30% is pretty nice. Again, compare that to what Mose can do with her class mod slot. Not big, but like, sound like a salty 18% Amara capstone person, but yeah, specifically because it's Mose that I don't like it. Like it, that's another good example. Amara's Red Tree capstone, Forceful Expression, is good. Um, it's just like compare it to other capstones and acknowledge that it's on Amara, and it's like, oh, okay. But like that doesn't make it a bad skill. It's like how Confident Competence on Zane, Green Tree Capstone, was unironically good when it was not the capstone. And granted, that was before Purple Tree came out, so we had the points to spare, but used to be better. So I could go Stabo Spore for Windrunner. It's fire rate and move speed, though I don't know if I want extra fire rate. Um, Spore Grave is Kindred Heart, Windrunner, and Harvest. Harvest doesn't do anything for me here. Kindred Heart doesn't do anything for me here. Spellshot Spore is also Windrunner. A lot of combos get Windrunner, more than I realized. Grave Spore is Thrall's Dark Hydra, Thrill of the Hunt. I guess Thrall's Dark Hydra is always good. Like, I'll have at the very least the Demilich and the Mushroom. That's 2 Thrall stacks. But I'll be running Amnesia, so the global isn't a huge deal. Um, Burgrave is Blast Gasp. No. Maybe I'll come back to armor later on and figure out definitively. Yeah, I'm not at all sure about that. Honestly, make EM a 5 pointer for 15%, replace Selfless Vengeance, nothing will be lost. True. Yeah. Okay, anyway, stop being distracted by that. That can go, that can go, that can go. Probably end up being that, honestly. The points in, is that Thrill the Hunt? The Bounty of the Hunt. Wouldn't be awful. Do we go Fealty Oaths here? How much mag size do you get from a Stoker Fealty Oath versus a triple rolled Mood Ring? Yeah. He's doing his cat things. I don't really see a point to taking more dark magic efficiency. Definitely want Sanguine. I don't know how heavy we go in Graveborn here. We want this, for sure. I don't know if I need more than that. I guess Dread Covenant would be good to have. Figure out this tree first. I don't remember Sawmill doing Play the Angles. I don't think it does. Which means I can just take more stuff over here. Hey Sora, how you doing? Sporegrave? Yeah. Because if we're gonna use Reaper Amnesia, obviously Grave, and if we're gonna do big ammo stuff, Spore, so that counts for it. This is one of those things I just want to see how this goes. Because I'm trying to keep a Reaper of Bones run interesting. And like, sure, I could do Reaper with a spell on the other hand, and it's just bad Ambi-Hex. Not bad, but like less efficient Ambi-Hex. I could do melee, and it's just, you know, not really anything special. I want to do... Yes, cat. Hi. Hello. I guess Dark Pact makes sense. Dark Pact to get to Dread Covenant. Dark Hydra. I could go to Morhem's Blessing instead of going Deep Spore, honestly. Like, I could just take Quiver of Holding and then go Morhem's Blessing. And that would let me keep Essence Drain, Dark Hydras, and Windrunner, and Bounty the Hunt on all the time. Yeah, we're doing that. That sounds good. I guess not taking Harvest would be wasteful if I'm doing that, huh? But like companions, I don't care how much damage they do. Trade Seeker, thank you for the 30 months. 30. The dirty 30. Thank you, thank you. Hey CZ, how are you? I could take Blast Gas because I am gonna be just doing Inflammation all the time. But more so when I'm not in Reaper. Occasionally when I'm in Reaper for the healing, but...
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Why not?
Howdy.
Howdy, howdy. Why, Johnny, why? Guess this makes sense, and then I have this point. I could do Spore Cloud. Does it really become one affinity? Do I do Called Shot for the memes? No, no shot. Harvest just for the presence of it? Because, like, it is a kill skill. 6% bonus element on companions. But it's just on companions. That's not... Yeah, what are you doing? When did you knock that over? I guess Stain of the Soul. So good to have back. Yeah. Boosting Dark Magic. Officially a Dark Magic build. You heard it here first. Okay. So the idea here is... we're gonna want Last Gasp here. We go Theurge over here. Which one I put here doesn't matter right now because I'm gonna change it. Inflammation goes here, so I'll have to get one of those. And in this slot, one mag size roll is 23% on an Ascended Fealty Oath. What is a sniper mag size roll? To loot limit. .23% on you. Click any other ring. Sniper mag size is 19.8 on other rings. With Fealty Oath, you get 50% if you swap. Also get manufacturer crit damage on these. But I don't think that's more desirable than just going with mood rings. Or does something else become more desirable than mood rings? It's not going to be shell casing because I'm not trying to be at low ammo. Definitely not finger ward, not fingertip. Not championship ring. I guess lethal catch is an option. Sharksbane's an option. I'm gonna want the conditional from somewhere, right? So I'm not gonna have it otherwise. Yeah, I guess a Sharksbane and condition on silicone ring? Not above 50%. Yeah. Alright, Sharksbane and a mood ring. That'll be the play. Build we going for? We're doing big ammo stuff. We're getting a bunch of sawmills, a bunch of mag size, last gasp, and keeping Reaper of Bones up as much as possible, and we're just gonna run around burr. Put that there. Do I happen to have a mood ring on me at the moment? No, I'll have to add that. Okay, armor. I guess Cape of Tides would be cool, but we're going Amnesia. Wrath of Nature makes sense here because I can apply it with Blast Gasp Dark Hydras. Yeah, I can apply it with those. So we'll do that. Melee weapon. What do we do for melee? I guess pickaxe again, because spell cooldown, movement speed, and action skill cooldown. I could just do peg leg though. Be simple. I'll do pickaxe. Do I have one in my storage? I'm sure this is boring for some of you, but this is how the magic happens. Morning, Roddy. How you doing? What background do I go with this? I don't really need the extra attunement. But no, I think Barnacle Scraper still just works here. Though, do I just need the damage of Village Idiot? I actually might. Let's go Village Idiot for now. Gravecap, is it ever worth? Yes, often. Gravecap is optimal for spellcasting builds. And we're taking it in this build as well. Here for magic to happen. PTA? No, Morhem's Blessing, J-Bridge. I mean, PTA is also fantastic, but Morhem's Blessing. Let's rephrase. Do you think Zane's C and Red skill is good? Because that's just what Morhem's Blessing is. It's just that. So, same answer. Never see used compared to other caps. It is used in Deadshot spellcaster builds that are optimized. Because going down that far in the tree, you take 5 Blast Gasp, and then the capstone's available. So you just take that, because it's there, and that also gives you the ability to stack Ascension and Dark Hydras without getting kills. And it keeps the cooldown skill in the tree on at all times. So, like, 3 very noteworthy things. Whereas if you were to go the other route, sure, you can get 6 out of 3 double knot, but you have to get kills to get Ascension and Hydras, which means your thralls will be much lower on average, your spell damage will be much lower all the time. And you don't have Blast Gasp at all that way. So, like, you just get the best of both worlds by going to the Grave Capstone. Hey, J-Rod, hope you're well. Good to see you. Okay, that's the Mood Ring. Change the Shark's Bane. Copy that too. What's up, Giga Chad Quag? Just a funny comment about Called Shot. No, I saw. Always take Called Shot. Yeah, like it's certainly a skill that exists. And now I need the inflammation. How many hours would you guess you have across all the Borderlands games? I mean, between... Let's see, what do I have in Wonderlands right now? I assume we're including that in, Lands games. Wonderlands I have just in the retail version of the game, so, like, doesn't include time on the review copy and the early demo. 1,729 hours. I mean, I've been live for enough time that that'll tick over, so let's call it 1,730 hours on just Wonderlands, and then on BL3 I have 6,400, or it might be 6,500 by now. So just in the latest 2 releases, that's that's over 8,000. So then I suppose if you combine the others, I guess I have 9,000. Yeah, if you combine 2, 1, and TPS, that probably gets me to 9,000. Over 9,000? Yeah, BL3 is my most played non-MMO. By a pretty good margin. I guess spellcast LE damage. No, that doesn't roll on spell, right? Yeah. Skill active LE damage. That'll roll on spell. Pickaxe. If it wouldn't cost me to do it, I'd look how much time I have in WoW, because I bet it's 10k plus. Yeah. I have hour counts in Star Wars: The Old Republic and Black Desert Online that I do not care to check. Black Desert's also skewed because that game encourages you, like, AFKing, like, doing activities like, while you're sleeping. So, the active playtime and the actual, like, how long the game was open are totally different. It's probably my top 15 Spore Warden skills based. Okay, we need Last Gasp next. In terms of augments on that, I guess adaptive would be good. Or healthy. I'll go adaptive. Oh yeah, let me more sawmills going here. What did I say I wanted for the sawmill? I said 22 mag, right? Times 2. Um, I still use a BL3 parts spreadsheet for reference sometimes when making items in this game, because there's a good chunk that does translate over. Let's see if that works out. A skill active dark damage makes sense there. I haven't actually ranked them, but I can say with absolute certainty the call shot has a place in the top 15. Let's see. That should be good. Have I forgotten anything? Ah, the armor. Armor. I need to check to see what I had in the armor already. 14 though, so what's 15? That's the joke. That is the joke. Alright, I had 1. Almost done, actually. This is taking less fiddling than I thought it would. The armor passes. Guess move speed, health regen, area damage. Okay, we're gonna have to playtest this some chaos level. I guess 75 is a good starting point. See if I forgot anything important. It can be better or worse for build diversity if you only have one class passive active. I had to pick which one you used. Random thought I had. Okay, let's look at the class feats. How often do either of these matter? Like, Spell Shot has an absolutely broken class feat. Blightcaller has an extremely good one. Stabomancer's is bad, but still more impactful than most of them if you're doing spells or melee. And not using From the Shadows. And then you have the companions, all of which are bad. Wouldn't really change anything. Berserkers is quite good. So I guess it would be a nerf to multi-classes that involve more than one of Berserker, Blightcaller, and Spellshot. And then none of the others would care. I gotta actually get rid of. Awkward. Frustrated is anyone still trying to make companion damage a thing? Yeah, it would just serve as a nerf to companion builds, which is, like, yikes. Is that it? Are we good? Let's see what actual mag size I'm working with. 77, as long as the ward isn't full. Let's do this little tutorial. Oh, did I forget to change from ×3? Yeah, this is a ×3. Probably works out fine. Yeah, I have no idea where this falls on the sawmill damage parts spectrum. But this is 22 mag ×3. Old man eyes can't make out the chaos level. Yeah, this is 75. That's why we have that inflammation. Well, not the only reason. Better than I expected. Yeah. We'll see how it does in an actual boss run after this tutorial. See if I can justify going above 75. Because remember, enemies in playthroughs are not as high level as enemies in the Chaos Chamber. So whatever level you get to in your testing and in the chamber, you can handle higher in a playthrough. Just keep that in mind. How many hours do you have in this game? 1,700 and... I just checked. Let me look again. 1,730. That is just my retail copy of the game. I was one of the people fortunate enough to be able to play before launch in a couple different iterations, so tack on like another 100 hours from that. Do I need more health? Because, like, more constitution would make it slower to get to my actual health regen. But it would mean that incoming damage would be less problematic. Like, with 10 stacks of Ascension, I don't even hit 5,000 health. Maybe I could use a little more. Go with that. Try with low attunement. Hey, Paradox, thank you for the 23 months. I appreciate it. We are Jaminch. Yes. We are Jod Jamers. Good to see you. I hope you're well.
We are JAMINJJJJJJJJJJ.
And it goes hard. Trusted Magic doesn't help my build at all. Why did I click that? Almost 2 years. It's been a good time. Certainly has been. So I didn't bring a poison one because I was like, I'm not going to fight any armor bars. feel like, yeah, with a poison one, that would actually feel, like, be okay. Do I go double Shark's Vein? I made an extra copy of this, right? Did I not? Am I stupid? I might be. I'm not. Play BL 2 or 3? Extremely infrequently in the case of 2. 2 is my least favorite in the series. But I did recently do a week of like a heavily modded run. That was a good time. The modding community's done a lot for that game. I do play BL3 a lot, still. BL3 being my favorite of all of them. Ocelinsko Burr, it certainly do. Hey, Bizarre, how's it hanging? It's going well. We're doing a weird build today, but it's working out thus far. Copy pasta time. I am a bit crunched for time. That's gonna be a no for right now. But remind me another time, Paradox. You're tired, gotta sleep, have a good day. Take it easy, David. During the COVID fiasco, I'm happy I did. I'm happy you did too. I'm spending entirely too much time tunneling the min-maxing on this, and I'm trying to get 2 runs done today, and I only have like 3 hours left. That's probably not going to happen. Likely only 1 run today. Maybe. I don't know, we'll see. Thing with how I have my enchant set up is I shouldn't switch weapons. I can avoid it. I guess I'll lead with this one. Saving these up at this point. Yeah, you are, honestly. Oh, like Rob Zombie, the Rob who's Reaper Bones. I get it. I get it. Yeah, I gotta try out some times 2s. Because, like, I'm only having to stop because ammo. If I can get away with, like, a low mag times 2... Wonder if I can become a shareholder in your copy pasta business. I'm sorry. The content. Still do it, just not as often. So build please. Based purely around black powder weapons, I've tried but can't. You gotta just seek out the right ones. You can do some really good black powder based stuff. The Carouser sniper rifle, incredibly good. That's black powder. It's one of the few black powder weapons that rolls in elements, in fact. The Catatumbo pistol is another black powder, rolls in an element. Has a good dot, so you can do a lot of different things with the Catatumbo. In terms of non-uniques, kettle drums, boilermakers, and riveters are all very high DPS, so you can make those work. It's just, what chaos level are you trying to make those work? Dark magic, ammo regen, Mosaculturalist, yes sir. Yeah, Trust and Magic is killing my regen here. Okay, there we go, that's better. Oops, too greedy. Yeah, I gotta try 2 mag. 100. So gun builds as a whole, you have to be very discerning to make them work well at 100. So it's already an uphill battle. Like, I'm gonna tell you straight up, this is not a gun game. It's a shooter, but this isn't a gun game. The most efficient builds, the highest clearing builds, the ones that absolutely bully the highest difficulty without lots and lots of time min-maxing, that's melee stuff, that's spell stuff, that's dot stuff. Guns require a lot more attention to detail. They're a lot more intricate to make gun builds perform, and even then, they just have a lower ceiling than guns dots, spells dots in melee. But you can make them work. The thing with black powder weapons is that a lot of them are more oriented around mobbing. Like the kettle drum that we mentioned before, kettle drum, boilermaker are more towards the mobbing side of things. They're very good at that, but they're more towards that. Riveters, the crossbow barrel multiple projectile pistol, not the 1 mag, but the I think it's 9 mag. That one is one of the highest DPS weapons in the game. You just need a really good trigger finger, and you need to actually land all the shots. That's like a good single target black powder for bossing. Biggest thing with gun builds is they tend to struggle with bossing. That's why the Sword Explosion is so popular, because it's a gun that does not struggle with bossing. Maybe no Constitution. Yes, Dexterity. Wisdom would help Inflammation, but I'm not really trying to help Inflammation. I guess Attunement. Sokoff Riveter is insane, but it kicks like a mule. Yeah, that's the one. It's very hard to control, so often you'll find yourself having to barrel stuff. But if you could land every pellet of that with a fast trigger finger, it is one of the highest DPS guns in the entire game. Or you could just scroll wheel. If you have a free scroll wheel mouse, just brrr. For Pookie's, but Pookie's not a crossbow gun. Pookie's is a cool gun. It doesn't even come close in DPS because it's not crossbolts. But yeah, it's a cool gun. Let's see. So projectiles. Which parts gives the extra projectiles? Is it the grip? Let me just look in game. What character would be best for a gunless melee run? Stabba. Because of the alchemical agent skill. That is like the entire reason. There's other stuff in the tree that supports alchemical agent, but definitely Stabba because of alchemical agent. The barrel accessory. This one. You will still use a gun. So, did you not read when they said gunless? Because they specifically asked for gunless. For a connoisseur, ooh, that's gonna go crazy. I'd say Burr, because cat. No, it's the same thing. Because Blight gets a lot of use from guns and use from melee stuff. I mean, Stabbo Burr is just gonna be like most optimal. But I would say Blight would be next comfortably. This run feels like Chaos Bug. If it was Chaos Bug, they'd be dying from a one shot. Probably. We'll see on Celissa. Do the ads die from one melee? No, this thing would definitely be dead if this was Chaos Bug. It would definitely be dead. It's sometimes hard to tell. Yeah, it's not Chaos Bug. was a big chunk. Should I switch from Stabbo Spell to Stabbo Blight, try to get the most out of my guns? Stabbo Spell can still be, like, good at guns. Particularly if you're doing from the shadow stuff, you can still just kind of go burr. There's no wrong answer there. Might need to make this last gasp lower level. Yeah, probably. I'll just see Sawmill getting it done. It still feels nice. It's not what it was, but it feels nice. It's satisfying. And I'm regenning fast enough that I can just keep shooting on one. Oh. Well, that makes things easier. That makes things a lot easier. I can just... That's cool. Cool. I don't need to worry about going ×2. ×2 would have more per projectile damage, but I think as long as I have both of my Sharksbanes like boosted and I have Last Gasp on, I think I'm good. Yeah, it's just hold down the trigger. Okay, see, this is why testing is good. because we got that key bit of information. So I think I just need to lower the level of my last gasp and we can actually do a run. It's kind of cooking. That's kind of cooking. Hello? Last gas, not blast gas. In your defense, I do have both in this build. We have the good old 1-point blast gas to trigger Wrath of Nature from our armor. That's such a cool thing. I quite enjoy that. Now, I was wondering, is it worth taking Mortal Vessel for Dark Magic efficiency? Because, like, I kind of want the health, too. Like, do I... Because I have Dark Magic here, I probably don't need Dark Pact, so I could just take Mortal Vessel and then end up overall tankier. Like, the efficiency is barely going to do anything. It'll do a little bit. You're a cool thing. That's true. ×4. I'll pick it up just to have it, but I'm not using a ×4. That's insanity. Unless... No, that's silly. I'm not gonna do it. But infinite ammo. I love that emote, CZ. Universal Soldier instead of the Theater Turret the build. I don't really have a way of doing melee consistently. Like, I just pickaxe during downtime, really. And Theurge helps me get Reaper back when I don't have it anymore. Like, I don't have the Berserker health sustain on top of the Greatborn health sustain. So, like, and I'm not running Body Rune. So, without Body Rune, without Unyielding, without Blood Frenzy, I'm just getting a lot less back, and I'm not running Escape. So, being able to turn Reaper back on quickly is, I think, more of a priority. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna respec, and I'm gonna get Mortal Vessel instead of Dark Pact, which will lower my damage a little bit. Shouldn't lower it that much, especially because I have Dark Magic damage here. I have some from Myth Rank. I have it on Gun Enchant. I have it on Melee Enchant, and I have it on Spell Enchant. So I really don't need more. I have 1 point free that can go either to Mortal Vessel, Dark Pact, or Affinity. Or Blast Gasp. I guess Harvest is also an option. I know I said that before, but like, Harvest applying to Demi-Lich, Mushroom, and Dark Hydras is fucking nothing. That's not enough for me to care about. I think it is just another Mortal Vessel. What do you guys think? Ass Blast for the funny? Maybe. You think? Ass Blast would get Reaper. So it would be haha funny. 1 point bullseye? Pain. Ass Blast? Alright. Let's put my last gasp to level 6. That's a level you could feasibly have one. Yeah, okay. Just a Spore Voodoo would actually aggro more efficiently when it rips one. I wish you could, like, tell it when to use the taunt. Because, like, that's the biggest thing. The taunt works. And you can make the mushroom tanky enough. It's just... It's completely uncontrollable. It just happens when it feels like it. I don't like that. It's a last gasp, blast gasp, ass blast build. Happens when it feels like it, like would also normally do IRL. You know, that's not inappropriate for farts, you're right. Imagine if there was something like Red Fang or whatever that made the Mushroom Buddy taunt the enemies whenever you do X, that'd be great. That'd be really good. Also, hi, Techno Mushroom. Good to see you. Okay, so... Assign attack command, pointing just causes stream to heat itself to enemy and all. Well, ping in this game, like the ping target command, when you ping an enemy, it does force Spirit Swarm and the class feat companions to switch targets to that enemy. So it already does that. They made attack command just a thing everyone can do in this game. Last of Us Spores with mind control, but with Mushroom Companion. Alright, so I got that. Let me get the timer. I think we'll keep the run to C75. Just because that's the good gun build benchmark. If it becomes too trivial, then, like, we'll crank it up and do another run at some point. Like, there's still a couple of runs I want to perfect and revisit. Like, I want to redo Storm Dragon's Judgment. With dialogue skip on. And with a new setup. But we still have this run, and we still have Polymorph. The counter incremented because it's anytime I press my F key and I was updating my title. Pinning comments. Yeah, it's been a thing for a little bit. Alright, as per usual, I'll go over the build. And then we'll start the timer once I start actually running around. I gotta check the gear and make sure Molascasp is good and everything. Okay, yeah, level 6. We're good, we're chilling. So, we've got a Twisted Illusion for when I use the Lightning or Cryo Sawmills against the target. I can apply Soaked first. We've got 3 Sawmills, all with the same parts. We got Fire, we got Lightning, we got Cryo. Frost, rather. All times 3, 22 mag. I have no idea how high that is on the damage roll, but I do know it's the second highest mag size you can have. Sawmill can be times 2, times 3, or times 4. Times 3 being the middle ground between how hard you burn, how well you sustain. I got a pickaxe. I don't care about the parts on this. This is just so I have an ancient hilt weapon that swings reasonably fast. I guess a max swing speed pickaxe would be better for that, but who cares? I don't use it frequently. But the effect of getting better cooldown for both the cooldown stats and for movement speed on picking gold up, we want that. We got Shark's Banes with double mag size, double sniper mag size. So whenever we crit, it gets 33% stronger. And we get the extra conditional, not 88%. That card lies. It's a lot less. And yeah, we've got a high gun damage roll there. Because gun damage Shark's Bane is just better. Amnesia with Wrath of Nature and Thrill of the Hunt. Last Gasp is a 10% ammo regen, 25% fire rate, and 20% reload speed boost while it's depleted. So we've got a level 6 one with Desperate. Note that player enchants do not actually change with item level, just with player level. So this is still, 5% max health per second below 50% and 30% global damage. We got a Theurge with double mag size, Dark Magic Graveborn. Ammo regen is mag size based, so it's percentage of your mag. So we want more mag size to make our regen stronger. And an Inflammation is there just to spam for Theurge, and also because Inflammation is triggering Blast Gasp, which is applying Wrath of Nature in single target. We've also got Stain of the Soul taking on Inflammation. We're casting Inflammation for Sanguine Sacrament. And for Morhem's Blessing. Because this is a Morhem's Blessing build, any kill skill we have will activate whenever we cast a spell. So that means we get an Ascension stack every time. We have a 60% chance of getting a Dark Hydra up to the cap of 3 every time. We get our 25% spell cooldown every time. And we get a stack of Windrunner up to 2, which is 12% fire rate and movement speed every time. Also, we get Bounty of the Hunt, which is 28% action skill cooldown. That's 7 out of 5 every time. Spore Warden is the only class with ammo regen in Tree, so we have that for 30% mag size, which makes all ammo regen more effective, and then, of course, 3% regen itself. So we have 13% ammo regen per second as long as our ward is broken, and 13% of our currently resting mag size of 68. That will go up once we crit to turn on the increased Sharksbane. So that's a pretty good chunk per second. Hero points wise, max strength, max dexterity, remainder in attunement, village idiot background. Evan, you gonna lay down? Okay. Let's do the thing. Yeah, 74 right now. Is something critting? Is our self-damage critting and turning on Sharksbane? No shot, right? Math in this game is so cool, it makes me want to have a calculator. But you won't always have a calculator with you later in life. Remember when teachers said that? I guess the self-damage from Amnesia or Reaper was critting enough to keep my Sharksbane on. Which is kind of funny. Hey Ken, how you doing? How are the Pokemon treating you last night? Treated me well. We had a group of 3 and we did some grinding of the Greninja. I nailed down the solo Slowbro strat for it this morning, so I'll probably grind out some of that later. And I've just been trying to hatch some shinies. I spent a bunch of time doing, like, random trades. And I got a bunch of, like, Japanese starters. So I can just go for the shiny breeds off those. The shiny Greninja looks pretty clean. I want it. Hey, Arctic Ninja, how are you? Happy birthday, thank you. They end up doing an official New Game Plus. How far into the story do you think they should skip? First overworld, post Blood Stallion death? Yo, spoilers. Honestly, I'd just say to where you see Ribula for the first time. Like, after you get the gun. Or to, like, right in front of the gun, I guess. It's like, don't make us sit through the opening dialogue, and then that's fine. Great, glad to hear. I second guess myself, double check simple stuff like 22 times 5. Double checking math is always a good policy. Another thing that makes Sawmill a good choice for this is it ricochets. So I don't really feel like I'm missing out on, say, play the angles, because I can just do my own. That lets me further justify taking Grave Capstone. I really like the skill tree for this. It's interesting. Feels a little unique. Using Blast Gas for debuffing with Inflammation is also cool. It's the coolest part, I think, getting Wrath of Nature applied that way. Yeah, I quite like that. Because otherwise, with this action skill and this multi-class combo, the only way I would be applying Wrath of Nature would be through Dark Hydras. Because Play the Angles would not be on the table regardless, but even if I had it in single target, it wouldn't be there. So it's cool to use things that have utility for even more utility. So far, I think it's the best showcasing Wonderland's buildcrafting at its finest. Do you think? I really like some of the other stuff we've done in these runs, but this does feel very unique. Like we spent a lot of time kind of testing before diving into this one. And it is using a lot of what we've learned from some of the other runs. I think that adds a layer. Something that really helps build crafting in both Wonderlands and BL3 is the more you build things in general, the more like random pieces of information you pick up. Like, oh, this interaction between these two items is good for solving this specific issue in any build that might have that issue. Example, Inflammation Theurge is great for cooldown problems. So if we have multiple reasons to want to spam spells, then it enhances the effect quite a lot. This game had some sort of transmog system for armor, catapulted an S plus tier game in my eyes. A little more control over customization would be cool. They did give us a lot. It'd be cool if in some sort of Wonderlands 2 we had transmog and like even more character customization. That'd be really nice. Getting Cleansing Flames going to see what Wonder feels like bigger accomplishment. Cleansing Flames, the issue wasn't the damage as much, because Alchemical Agent max investment lets you solve a lot of issues with anything melee related. It was the other problems with Cleansing Flames I think I'm more proud of. Like getting the cooldown and the survivability and the damage solves all at once. It still is slightly on the frail side, but it's usable. It's interactive. It's cool. I like it. Like, again, another W for Theurge and spell spam. amulets. A lot of good amulets in this game. We got Fear, Barbalode, Slip and Stun, Harbinger, Steep, Protagonizer, Universal Soldier, all have some very good use cases. Bloodbag is one of the very few that just isn't very good. Sawmill Ricochet's going ham. Joint training. Joint training's like more on the underwhelming side as well, yeah. Frenzied Wrath has some use cases. Yeah, joint training's more on the underwhelming side. Joint training and Bloodbag are like the lower tier ones. Bloodbag's overflow healing, an extremely small amount of overflow from dark magic healing specifically. Dark magic healing is already one of the more inefficient ways to heal in most cases. And then you have like the added complication of you need to overheal, and then it doesn't give you much to begin with. Like, if you just run, say, Harbinger with unarmored defense, just the Harbinger passive itself, the guaranteed ward capacity roll, will give you more HP than Bloodbag would. Like, how does Zamba Regen work? There's that one Spore Wind skill isn't anywhere that fast. So you get 3% from that one skill, and you get 10% from having a last gasp ward that is currently broken. So like, you see my ward's 209s because I have a level 6 last gasp. If it breaks, I get 10%, so 13% total. And that percentage is based off of my max mag size. So currently I have a resting mag size of 68. With all effects active, it goes up to 74 or 73, one of those. So 13% of 73 at all times is pretty good. $74, yeah. This is Chaos Bug. I don't have to reset that, but like I'm gonna. Remember people complaining about that too. Dark magic is inefficient, no survivability in this game. Well, dark magic, depending on what you're applying it to, isn't efficient enough because it's not working as advertised on a couple types of damage. But the whole survivability shit in this game, yeah, that's just people actively deciding not to use the tools in front of them. That's people ignoring the Constitution stat, ignoring healing effects in Tree and on gear. That's what that is. The number of quote-unquote best builds that you can find from like launch month on the YouTubes that are, say, Graveborn without Sanguine Sacrament, or Berserker without unarmored defense and unyielding, like, it's a lot. Like, what do you gain from actively ignoring survivability? Like, it's one thing to prioritize taking damage increasing effects, and where you need to make a choice choosing the damage one, but it's another to just actively ignore survivability and then complain when you're squishy. Like, you don't lose anything by making sure you don't die. It doesn't make you do less damage. In fact, you do no damage if you're dead. But again, that's a difference in design philosophy, a philosophy between Wonderlands and Borderlands. In Borderlands, most people just go full glass because there's some sort of lifesteal crutch available, and because enemies in Borderlands games aren't very threatening. Most are very passive, and then the ones that aren't passive tend to have very avoidable attacks. In this game, enemies are much more able to actually hit you, and there's no lifesteal. So the burden's entirely on you to make sure you don't melt. Very doable, but a lot of people aren't willing to do that. Hey Moo, why can't I edit videos and in slobs? Good question. Guess we just got Dead Space discounted totally trustworthy way. I'm glad that you supported the developers in purchasing Dead Space Remake, which I've heard great things about. Like, remember, if we want more good Dead Space, support Dead Space Remake. Because then EA might actually be like, oh, people do like this? Cool. Make more. Remember, if you're a masochist, play Dead Space. Why did we ever ask it in the first place? Yeah, exactly. For real, when I transmog my armor to either be a big pirate coat or thick plate armor, so I could be Captain Magnum from Heist of the Markiplier or Baldwin the Leper from Darkest Dungeon. Doing character cosplays in-game in Wonderlands would be cool. Not really surprising, though. People are used to Borderlands, and in Borderlands, Health Tank just wasn't feasible beyond Healthgate. Well, that's not true either. People just didn't put in the effort there. So again, Borderlands players ignoring in-depth mechanics because they didn't have a need to go beyond surface level, because there was always an easier option. Health tanking is very viable in Lands games. Health tanking and shield tanking, depending on the game, depending on the character. Example, shield tanking on Gage. Very viable. Health tanking on Amara through Samsara healing. Very viable. Samsara and Clarity. When Maliwan Takedown first came out, the artifact of choice on Flak was auto-idle. You would just do the bridge by face-tanking everything with a Brainstormer and getting auto-idle healing. That was it. That's how you lived. Like, you have never needed lifesteal. Asterisk. After BL2. There's some things in BL2 that were designed to force you towards it, but BL3? Didn't need to. TPS? Didn't need to. Wonderlands? Don't need to. Do flare setups need purple cap? No. It just helps quite a lot. You don't need it, but I do highly recommend it. Like, if you're trying to maximize your flare bonus and you don't want Cub to help you, then, Purple Capstone and Bare Fist is the play. With Purple Capstone and Bare Fist, you can have, Cub last for with optimal play and enough enemy density to keep triggering Purple Cap. You can have Cub active for like over 10 minutes. I've done Maliwan Takedown in a single Cub activation several times. Yeah, going back to the lifesteal thing, you have never needed lifesteal in the modern age of Lands games. That being, to a lesser extent, TPS, but I mostly mean 3 in Wonderlands. Even on the characters that have lifesteal in 3, you don't need it. Example, Zane did not have consistent access to Salvation until Seeing Dead came out. He was just fine survivability-wise before that. Amara does not need sustainment. Moze does not need Russian offensive. They're just options. You don't want to have any at all? I don't remember off the top of my head. I don't think so. But I don't remember. Stop hiding. Beyond rude. Depending, that's the kind of thing there. It got better after BL2, though there's still specific scenarios in BL3 where it felt like lifesteal is the only impossible way to stay alive just due to the amount of stuff the game throws at you, i.e. Hemophorus. So, okay. You are proving my point even further here, Darth Plagueis. Hemophorus has a lot of damage, but you know what situation you don't need lifesteal in? Is if you don't let it hit you. You know what Hemophorus can't do if you say like take some movement speed and just circle around the fringes of the arena? She can't hit you. Like, that's counterplay to incoming damage. That is something that Borderlands players do not have the mentality to do. It is very easy to not take damage at all during Hemophorus. You can do hitless Hemophorus because, as long as the AI cooperates and doesn't start taking shots at you while it's immune, you can just outpace. Like, any Snowdrift on any character, she can't hit you. So there's counterplay. You don't need to jump right to lifesteal. It's just because it's there, people are like, oh, it's the only option. Entire arena's puddles of spicy and angry Varkas, not to mention you still gotta find time to shoot in between. You're not listening. Just don't be in the puddle. It's not the entire arena. You just don't need to be in it. You just move. And then, when you're safe, then you do your damage. You just move, and then you do your damage. Turn-based BL3, gotta tank it, apparently. Like, I understand the knee-jerk reaction to just don't get hit forehead is, well, it's not that simple, but it literally is. Increase movement speed, don't stand in glowing stuff. It's that easy. Sounds like when I told you not to get hit by Aphrodite. And wasn't my response literally, yeah, it's a skill issue on my part? Because that's what it is. Transformer for shock puddles, that's an option. There's bosses where keep moving, don't get hit isn't too unreasonable, such as Seer or Woden really can figure it out with Emo. So, with Seer, Seer doesn't have attacks that, like, I don't even know if I've been hit by Seer. Like, of course that's applicable to Seer, because Seer is one of the most passive enemies and doesn't really have anything that can threaten you. That's one of the reasons why Seer isn't seen as like actual endgame, despite it having endgame HP. It's basically just standing there waiting for you to kill it. With Hemo, you have to move. Do any people still play this game? I'm sure they do. Just note that matchmaking in these Lands games, Borderlands and Wonderlands, has just never been great. I would recommend if you're trying to find a group, go to the official server and use the looking for group channels there. You can do !LFG, it should give you a link. I would highly recommend going through an LFG subreddit or Discord server. Not only because you'd have an easier time finding people, but also because you'd be less likely to run into people who would troll you or do malicious things, such as there's been a lot of people save editing profiles of people whose games they join, doing things like setting their myth rank really high, and that's not something you can turn off without having someone else save edit for you. So I'd exercise caution first and foremost. Be careful who you play with. I just hit myself with a sawmill. Either have to move, or you apply the skill solution to the skill issue, which skill in question being called salvation. So, again, no. You don't have to jump right to lifesteal. You skipped like a dozen things in between use movement speed and use lifesteal. You skipped all those things. And once again, I'll reiterate, before Seeing Dead, Zane did not have consistent salvation uptime, so he had to do other things to survive. One of the most talented theory crafters who's ever picked up a Lands game, Kai, you might know him for his BL2 One Life stuff. He has one of the first recorded clears of Maliwan Takedown on Zane when it first came out. This was pre-Seeing Dead. And he got very creative with how to survive, including having an emergency Tediore for second wins, using a Transformer and Devil's Foursome for healing when killing enemies for salvation uptime was not available, having good positioning, using movement speed to not get hit by avoidable damage, and using Clone Swap to avoid damage. Out of all of those, only salvation was traditional lifesteal. Like, you don't have to jump directly to that. You can simply choose to use other things. It's a mentality issue. Even at the point when the game was at its most difficult and Zane was at his weakest, he still didn't need lifesteal. And this was at a time when we didn't really understand how Wotan worked either. Not in depth. You gonna play Wonderlands Redux when it comes out? Most likely yes. Most likely yes. I like to give overall mods a chance, and I know Epic, the creator of the mod, and I know he's very passionate about the project, and he's a friend. So, of course, I want to help promote his work if I can. And also see what it's all about. Kai is goated, we just gotta break the Borderlands addiction. It's a mentality thing. Kai is a great Borderlands player because he does not think like a Borderlands player. Also working on it, which is why my personal mods aren't out. Yes, and CZ the GOAT is, as I said, the GOAT. So that builds the hype for that as well. The modding community is going to really pop off with this game. Like, think how much of an impact the BL2 modding community had on BL2. Like, think of how long the content gap between DLC 4 and DLC 5 for BL2 was. Like, years. And it was still very popular because modding. And the BL3 modding community also did a lot as well. I'm sure the Wonderlands modding community will also do that. Actually excited about showcasing some things. I'm excited to see what you guys can do. I guess Wonderland's still early, it's why we don't have any randomizer mods or other mods yet. There are some mods. It's just mostly basic stuff because only relatively recently, right, did like the green light for okay, modders do your thing kind of like happen. So obviously from there, things need to grow and develop. And keep in mind, breakthroughs in BL2 modding have happened still recently, you know? Over 10 years old, and people still discovering things about not only how modding, but the game itself works. So it's going to take some time. But I am excited to see what people pull off. Enemies. Ow. Fire hurts. So does ASMD benefit from short fuse used for the unique playstyle? I don't remember if the explosion benefits from short fuse offhand or not. It's probably a build where you could justify not taking short fuse. You'd still want to go to the last for an ability that lets you get up easily, relatively easily. But yeah, maybe it's something you could justify not having short fuse. Not arguing there aren't other solutions to survivability. I'm arguing the game doesn't really inspire you to make use of them. Well, that was my original point. Borderlands game design is not structured in a way that teaches people how to use those tools. So people decide not to use those tools, and as soon as they play a game where you need to be able to do that, they say that it's the game design's fault for them not knowing what they're doing. No, it's a mentality thing. You need to think outside of the box. The game does not push you into the deep end of, okay, know what to do, until you go to Wonderlands, and that's when it does. And it is not as complex as jumping through that many hoops. It is really just accepting that, no, the answer does not need to be percentage-based healing on damage dealt, because that is one of the most low-effort ways of applying healing in any build crafting based game, to the point where many other games have moved away from it. For example, Diablo 3, when it first launched its Reaper of Souls expansion, it moved away from percent life on hit more to life on kill or flat value life on hit, which is less balance disrupting than lifesteal. Because as soon as you do percentage of damage dealt, which is what lifesteal is in Borderlands, then you run into the issue where players have, in BL3, tens of thousands of health, but can do up to quadrillions of damage. So, like, 1% of a quadrillion is kind of more than enough, and lifesteal effects are more than 1%. Lifesteal has never been integral, and often not even optimal. It is comfortable. They're not the same thing. Hopefully the Redux mod can fix the repetitiveness of one of those endgame is only mostly Chaos Chamber runs. See, personally, that's not, like, one of the primary things for me. Like, I'm a build crafter, right? A lot of my gameplay ends up being, I do a run, I tweak the build, I go in and do the same run and see what changed. And fiddling with that kind of thing is how I get my enjoyment. But I get that that's not something everyone necessarily has as much of an interest in, so I do think it would be cool if the modding community is able to flesh things out, do things like custom Chaos Chamber runs, crank up enemy density, you know, things like that to meaningfully change the flow of gameplay. I'm totally on board with that. I think most everyone would be, right? Ouch. Where is Cabin Boy? There he is. Did you not die? Thought I killed him. Oh. I did not. Hey Denalia, how are you? Isn't that Chaos Chamber is repetitive? It's just the only thing to do, so it feels repetitive. Right. Like, if we look at activity design in these games, Chaos Chamber on its own is objectively less repetitive than any other single activity because it's a randomizer. It's a randomizer with enough individual permutations that you will never get the same room twice, at least, you know, mathematical averages. You'll never see the same run twice. If you just keep clicking normal runs forever, it'll take like a human lifetime to see an exact duplicate down to every single thing that can change. Meaning it changes more than any Borderlands activity. But the thing is, everything in this game, endgame content-wise, is funneled through the lens of Chaos Chamber. So, like, if you wanted a notably different vibe to your gameplay, this ain't the game for that. Which, I think that's the issue. This a meme build? Hang on. I'm slow on reading chat right now. It's going big ammo. Sawmill no decent niche anymore after sniper balances. You can big ammo it. I thought it'd be fun to do with the Reaper build, and it actually is performing way better than I expected. To the point where we might, after the run, see how high this can efficiently go in Chaos levels. But it's enjoyable, and it's doing pretty well. It's got some interesting build tech on it. Like, we're using Blast Gasp to apply Wrath of Nature, which is definitely not a conventional use of it. Do wish the max health shield boost for class mods, artifact no 30% based on numbers, got totally up to go full tank. You can still do full tank stuff in BL3. It is still doable. There's some that would be better if it was raw numbers rather than percentage, or vice versa. Like, Rough Rider would be better if it was a raw number like it was in BL2, for example. It being a percentage just makes it worse in BL3. You could add, I don't know, new boss, new loot system, new rarities, same as with the Redux. I don't love the... Like, rarities by themselves don't add anything unless they meaningfully change the way you acquire them and or, like, what sets them apart. For example, Seraph Rarity in BL2, very well designed, because they are weapons that notably function differently. They are almost all good. And they have their own associated currency, they come from raids, and the vendors only. That's cool. That's a good example of high rarity. My understanding of Redux is the contraband rarity works kind of like that, which is good. I like that. Do things more like that, less like Pearlescence. Pearlescence are the most dog shit rarity, overhyped pile of garbage in LAN's history. Pearlescence, outside of BL1, is not good. It is not well designed. It is bad and actively detrimental to the health of the loot system and how people view loot in the games. Be more like Seraphs. Be less like Pearlescence. And I know some messages to catch up on. Just give me a minute. Claire's a patriot. Using the older games, health tank is usually a health kit tanking plus healing. Health tanking in the sense of reducing incoming damage and increasing your own health. So you can outlast your opponent's exists, maybe Iron Bears for Krieger style setups. You know, when I'm zero, there's no point to ever take an Iron Hand for any reason other than damage, because late game the bonus health doesn't affect how many hits you can take. Okay, that's a Zero thing. Zero is designed in such a way that Zero has just fewer tanking options. That's not a game-wide issue. That is a balancing thing with Zero, because if Zero wasn't squishy, Zero would be monstrously overpowered in a lot of scenarios, and he ends up being monstrously overpowered because things like Moxie weapons are available to completely remove the squish factor. And you can do more health tank setups than that, and shield tank setups. Gage, notably, was very popular to run high-capacity shields with blood-soaked shields. It's one of the most popular ways of playing Gage, in fact. And that's buffer tanking. Amara can do health tanking stuff that is not... Healthgate is just a part of having a health bar and, like, tanking these games. But you can raw health tank on Amara because you have enough health capacity increases, damage reduction, and healing effects that are not necessarily lifesteal. Samsara plus Clarity is a shitload of healing. Like, it's insane. And you can enhance that further with health regen from gear passives. You can enhance it further with other healing sources such as Auto Idol, such as Frozen Heart. You know, you've got lots of ways of getting additional healing there. It's totally doable. It's just you identified with Zero specifically one of the cases where it is intentionally more out of the character's reach. Because if Zero was tanky, he'd be a fucking nightmare. Maya can health tank? Yeah. Maya's got a lot of passive healing effects. Axton can health tank. Axton can just sit there with a big health bar and grit and just smile. You have to be actively unlucky to not health tank on Axton. Krieg did a lot of health tanking because in a lot of Krieg setups you're just on fire, so you don't really have your Lord's shields. Zero is one of the intentional examples where you just don't do that. If Zero was tanky, he'd still be second to Salvador, because Salvador is a walking pile of glitches. We've done a lot of science on that since BL3 came out, comparing Vault Hunters across the entire series. Zero still situationally wins out over Salvador in some speed kill settings, even with everything on the table for Salvador. But a lot of what people attribute to power for Salvador is just exploits they never fixed. Now, you might say, but that's part of the character, it's what people use. And sure, I'll grant you that for a moment. But if we apply that logic to every single game, then we have things, for example, that don't fit how people think of and utilize characters. Like, for example, if we leave exploits on the table, Moze has the most movement speed in the entirety of the franchise. Moze. But, like, obviously one of the balancing factors for why the majority of the player base clears content slower with Moze, despite her having a surplus of damage, pun intended, is because she has less available movement speed on average. But she can have just straight up the most. Isn't Brick the fastest VH in one with glitches? It might be different flavors of Infinite, but Moses has bigger increments, so. Briefly elaborate on the science you referred to on Salvador. We just did a lot of comparisons with doing calculations on both sustained DPS against isolated targets, but more so single instance one-shot calculations with guns against theoretical targets across multiple games, using the peak of what was available formula-wise in the game of the Vault Hunter in question. So, for example, Aurelia was doing sniper stuff with TPS cryo mechanics and all that. Salvador was doing, his Salvador thing. Zero was doing max crit ascension stacks Leota stuff, or max crit ascension Pimpernel, rather, excuse me. Maya, we had like an immolate calc for Maya. Just things like that, whatever the character could achieve in their game, and comparing the results. And Zero does better than people give him credit for. Salvador is more glitch dependent than people think. Now, Salvador is still one of the only cases of a pre-BL3 Vault Hunter being comparable in power to a BL3 Vault Hunter. But he is not the only case, and he is not nearly as dominant franchise-wide as people think he is. Splash immunity bad? Yes, splash immunity suppresses player involvement in gameplay loop. Splash stuff being able to kill you is a balancing factor. Splash that doesn't have the ability to kill you quickly gets insane. For example, someone mentioned Flipper. One of the most notable things about Flipper is that it's zero radius splash. It just gets all of the benefits of being Splash without any of the downsides. Flipper is pretty much exactly at the point of BL3 where the power creep started getting out of control. Saying she should, and saying it's a contributing factor as to why running speedy modes doesn't make much sense because you don't want to carry yourself into your own war crimes. That's not even how it ends up playing out, though, because the fastest Moe's endgame speedrunning builds are Lucky 7. Now, situationally, for some of that content and some bosses, you do go with a Minesweeper. But you don't do that in areas where you are moving through the zone. So, like, the splash isn't big enough for it to be a threat because it's just not there. Like, you are not running here and then shooting. You're shooting and the enemy's dead and the explosion is gone by the time you get to it. So, no, that's not applicable. Splash on Moe's is not nearly as much of a problem as people make it out to be. It is a case-by-case basis. Like, obviously, if you're shooting a flacker, yeah, it applies then. And you need to actively not move forward, sometimes even move backwards. But with things that would be considered optimal on the level of, you know, when we're talking about Salvador doing his money shot, no-kill, like overkill, you know, weapon property transferring nonsense, we're going on that level of sweat, it's not a factor. Because things like the Unkempt Herald and Free Radical do not have enough splash radius for that to be a problem. Things like the Kick Charger, Boogeyman, and Flipper do not have splash radius at all. It's a non-factor. So that's one of the many reasons why giving Moe's splash immunity wouldn't actually change anything, because it wouldn't change how you use her. It just would add a safety net that she doesn't need. And it would further stop players from learning what they're doing. Like, the presence of splash immunity, the presence of lifesteal are warping effects on how people look at the games. Oh, that happened again. Even without speccing it, it affects how the game's balanced. Also, Splash wouldn't protect from fire dots? Yes, that too. Does getting items with splash damage radius increase the effect of those guns at 0 radius? Nope. 0 times anything still 0? Exactly. People would stop taking Skagden again. Yeah, reminder that before Mayhem scaling, which people revile, existed, Skagden was not this always 5-pointer that it is now. Not the sawmill. It's doing well, Pragmatic. It's cooking. Back to Hexformer. I'm a red suit enjoyer. Obviously, you don't get the healing, but, like, red explosions. You discovered Sawmill still has a good and viable niche. Should this be final item you thought was completely worthless? There's an item you say is still worthless. I would defer to Stone's one on the final verdict on it, but I would say the Pandemisium is still like robbed of its main use case to the point where I wouldn't really use it for anything compared to other available options. And there's other items that are completely worthless. For example, the Sorcerang, which every time someone brings it up, there's a bunch of people who are like, what the fuck is that? Last time Rune brought it up, people thought he was trolling. No, the Sorcerang is a shotgun in this game, dedicated drop only, that sucks. It has no use case, it's just bad. It's never been good. But half the community still don't know it exists, which is kind of telling because people claim that dedicated drops are the most important thing to them. But, like, what about that one? You know? It's fun, though? It is fun. But yeah, even if you get into a playthrough, it's terrible. I don't want to take splash immunity, I want to suffer the consequences of my poor decision making. That is a good mentality to have, because that is how you learn. It makes you a more well-rounded, more knowledgeable player. I gotta fall in the bone hole this time. Let's see. Sucking zombie. Hey Slim. Consequence of your poor decision making on Moser for your GPU to suffer. Base. I think my biggest weakness is not being good at analyzing my own mistakes and learning what I should do to avoid those mistakes, specifically in regards to things like learning boss mechanics or just general mob figuring out why my build doesn't perform the way I expect. So I disagree with you, Denalia. You know why? Because you typed that sentence. You having that level of awareness means you can do it, and I absolutely believe in you. Because, like, that's the biggest thing. Knowing that that's the key to improvement and success in general, having that outlook does more for you than any level of like experience or mechanical ability. Like, I'm completely serious. You have the right attitude. Like that's gonna get you there. It's just a matter of time at this point. And these games are not difficult. That's why challenge runs are so popular, because you can crank the difficulty up with different rule sets to a point where it's more comfortable for you. But there are core habits to form to remain comfortable. And those come most naturally from just having the correct attitude, the correct outlook, being open-minded to improvement, and, owning responsibility for if a boss kills you, the boss isn't poorly designed, you might have just missed something, you know? Response to wholesome attack, thanks, you're very welcome. His little video gamer, ooh. Careful with that one. Whoever made Bloody Om Nom, amazing. I want to thank you for pulling me away. Jack of all trades builds, because niche builds are awesome. Bloody Om Nom's one of those OG Moze setups that, like, some of the original build stock people put together. Which, recently we did update the BL3 build docs, the header sections, to just give thanks to the main people who worked on them and contributed. We included as many names as we could recall. Some of those names you guys wouldn't recognize at all because they've been gone from the community for a while, but they really did a lot of work, and long list. It's a lot of good work by some very intelligent, very dedicated people. Is bonus dark magic from Reaper also considered skill damage by the game? No. That's part of why Blast Gasp is so notable here, because Blast Gasp and Dark Hydras are only ways of dealing ability damage in this setup. What am I not doing right is way better than can't be done game bad. Exactly, exactly. Man, I like a bunch of designs, but a lot of it's my fault for being lazy. Yeah, like, you reset every time you get Dragonlord in the Chaos Chamber. Doesn't mean Dragonlord's poorly designed, it's just not what you like. Wouldn't really be beneficial if it was ability either. Yeah, it wouldn't. They nerfed the main BL3 playthrough, like mobs and bosses. What do you mean? I don't think I understand the question. You fucked, bastard. Like making normal mode too easy. I think there's a side effect of all the balance for endgames in the game. Yeah, I would agree with that as well. Let it benefit from ability damage increases mean in Mortal Cultures, you make enemies take bonus damage by shooting them. Yeah, it would be a way of getting Wrath of Nature, like, more directly on every target. I guess it would be, like, mildly beneficial. I mean, in the best case, it would end up like Double Knot, where it would be like a real staple. Like, if they made it work how... Double Knot is a bonus element that gets its own gun formula, so it's a double-dipping bonus element, which is not, like, a common thing. But it also lets you do interesting things with stat sticks and crit bonuses. So, like, in the best case... then things like Protagonize or Reaper of Bones would be kind of cool. So yeah, I guess I see it. How many seagulls do you think you could fight before getting overrun and killed? Just like regular size seagulls? Like all at once or one at a time? Hope to one day find something most people miss. Odds of that seem slim. I mean, there have been Moe's discoveries since Wonderlands came out. Like, Elemental Projector works on Iron Bear, and we didn't know that until Wonderlands was out. Didn't know I could jump that. That was a gamble. So there's probably stuff we haven't discovered. Reaper Bones being forced to a damage source make less beneficial. The damaging factor be more utility, I suppose. I'm just thinking if overall this is a bonus or not. I think it'd be... It's not clear-cut enough to call it an upgrade. And then, of course, there's how it would vary depending on how they implemented it. I think it would be a side grade. But, like, Reaper's already good, and it would still be good if it was ability. So, you know, I'm just gonna toss my hands up at that. There's people out there who say Reaper is bad, and, like, I don't understand why they think that. Kind of would make sense as it's an action skill. Yeah, and it's one that gives damage. Like, Fade Away from the Shadows don't give damage. They increase damage, but they don't create damage. I could probably take out like a dozen seagulls before they would win, to answer the question. Cardio is not my strong suit. Well, Splash Debate makes me think about Warframe because the devs are considering replacing the current self-ragdoll from Splash with non-lethal self-damage. Instead of regular self-damage, it made AoE actually a usable late game. Well, I think that's a better place to be in, and if the community over there in Warframe is having that discussion, they're in a healthier place. Because that's still a consequence if you splash yourself, right? Like, even if it's non-lethal, I imagine it at least is an animation unlock, or does some sort of damage that leaves you vulnerable to things finishing you off. Like, that still is a consequence. Like, the whole problem with Duct Tape mod is it's next to no investment to be immune from consequences for most things. On a character that already has such a diverse toolkit to be immune from consequences. It resulted in Zane, the Vault Hunter with the most simple gameplay loop on average, having an even more simple gameplay loop. This build has ended up being really fun. I'm glad I chose this. Funk, funk, funk. Hey, Felicia. Like to think I could outsmart one seagull. However, yeah, I'm not confident in my ability to do that either.
Hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Enemies. Mod check? Oh, there we go. Love Mo's because she has some of the most insane damage, best comp selection in the series. You have to be constantly mindful of where you are in relation to enemies. You have to worry about barrels more. You have no built-in move speed to help with it. Yeah, it's pros and cons. I like that design. Right now it's self-ragdoll, it's just incredibly disruptive and lead you to chain stagger yourself, you get rushed by melee enemy or disturb or something like that. You can however use a mod as a modifying item, which eliminated that issue, which became mandatory to run AoE weapons. So it became one thing was like the to run thing. Yeah, I could see that becoming a problem. Yeah. Or cross promotion bringing you the consequences of your actions since 2019. Do be like that. Very fast Nightmare. That was really good RNG. Of course, on the gun build, we get the good placement. Well, I can catch up on chat now. Sawmill good in Spore and gun build? I mean, on this one it is. In general, not better than a bunch of other options available. For this build, it's good. It's doing well. the same time AoE became so insanely powerful, the devs recently did a straight up ammo system overhaul to limit how much you could use those weapons. Didn't really help, though they fortunately reverted some utterly crippling nerfs to weapons with recharging batteries, so they're considering bringing self damage back to replicate the self ragdoll in a way where it can't actually kill you. Interesting. Let me know what they end up settling on. You know, if that happens anytime soon. I'm curious to see. I forgot the donuts. Damn. The cats have gotten less love since the Quag redemption. Pet the Kevin. Good boy. Kevin. Balance is a good thing because without it, you end up with Dismiss and DD2. I don't know. Who can give himself guaranteed critical hits. And you also stun Daze enemies with other one mastery point or combo setup. All of that went over my head, but I think I get the energy. Doing a dev stream in 20 minutes, which might help bring new details on that. I won't be able to catch that, but like, let me know next time you're here. If I move fast enough, I might be able to beat the pace of the other runs. But the thing is, this is C75. I don't think this build could do that on C100. But now I'm curious and I want to try. It's like I could optimize my enchants a little bit more, right? If I move fast enough, yes. It's amusing how much of the run is the conversation at the beginning before I start the timer, and then that Dragon Lord monologue. Hey, look, you fixed it. Hey, Viper. Sawmill? Yeah, Sawmill's been tearing cheeks this run. No phase skip because I didn't time that stagger well, but still, it was an attempt. Hopping into Forspoken, played the intro yesterday, and it's fully installed like Noppin. Let's go. Let me know what you think. So, Sawmill at C75 is the fastest of these that we've done? Kinda funny. Sawmill Reaper of Bones goes crazy. C75? Yeah. It wouldn't be this fast at C100. Message any good, or is it haha use the fish for damage? Message can be good for some dot centric stuff. It's not better than other options, but it can be good. People seem to be shitting on the dialogue, like she's acting exactly how a normal person would act. Gamers just being gamers, of course. We were having this discussion in Discord last night, and there's also a couple of very obvious things that people latch onto to use knowingly or not to knowingly you know, go after the protagonist because she looks a certain way, several certain ways. You know, just saying. But I am gonna at some point play that game and give it a shot. I just had a cursed thought. Each point of TCP affects the splash radius at 5/5. It doubles at 10/5 with triple. No. TCP's radius does not increase per point. TCP's damage bonus increases per point, but the radius is the same. It is always double. Because in my eyes, it's not right shame that the Tor Pistol, usually one of the better weapons in the Lands game, is actually kind of Other Tor Pistols in this game are great, though. Bizarre. Butterboom is fantastic. Ludite, the non-unique crossbow barrel pistol, is also fantastic. tippity top tier in both cases, in fact. No, it doesn't understand what if. Forgot the what if there, sorry. Ah, okay. And it would just render a lot of things unusable. For example, when they buffed the Devil's Foursome by increasing its damage and splash radius, they made it functionally unusable if you have all available splash radius increases, because it just hits you. And not in a complex route, hits the whole map kind of way. It just hits you. Let's do the Chaos Chamber tutorial. Yeah, I'm not going to have time to do the polymorph setup, but we can do that tomorrow. What if it decreased the radius? That'd be interesting. Increase slash damage, decrease radius. See, that'd be cool. Because then people could feel safer around their grenades and stuff. But they'd also be getting good damage. And it would be some pros and cons stuff. Like, obviously that'd be very detrimental for Novas. But it would, maybe make some weapons easier to use for people. That'd be cool. Getting this level of ammo regen. I have 74 mag when my Shark's Bane is active, and then I have 3% from Quiver of Holding, and 10% from Last Gasp. Those are the only sources of ammo regen in the game. The way you make that 13% ammo regen do more is by having a bigger mag size. So I have a 22 mag Sawmill with double mag size passive on my Amulet, double mag size passives on my rings. Myth rank mag size, and of course Quiver of Holding mag size. New Pog Totem already? Yes. The action skills I've not done are Plague Storm, which I'm not going to do. Unless I do, like, a build that happens to have Plague Storm in it. And Polymorph. I have done all of the others. Done Feral Surge twice. I think I've done Spells twice as well. I do want to do a second Storm Dragon's Judgment run at some point. But yeah, Polymorph will be the next one. Make a Plague Storm run spicy. Yeah, that's the question. I don't know. Launchers only? Maybe. Bring back that big boy rocket build that I did way back at like C35. Was that C35 or was that C20? I don't know. It was a while ago. No, dinner's gonna be good when you gotta start at hours at a time. Real control. Anvil only. Anvil's melee. It would be good. So I'm good on gun damage. Definitely good on elemental damage. I don't need ability damage here. I don't need spell damage. There's not a lot I can do to increase my actual damage here. Like, I'm good on global because amnesia. I guess having some more crit damage somewhere would be nice, but I'd have to give up mag size for that. I'd have to give up mag size there. Yeah, not a lot of enchant flexibility for this. I guess Spore Blight armor would be better. This is the one that rolls Wrath of Nature as well. It's just not on here. But like, no, it wouldn't be better. Because I don't need affinity. Yeah, I don't need affinity. That wouldn't be better. I suppose it's worth noting that you could do this. Why'd I get 2 sweet dreams? Oh, one of them's from the last one. Right. You could do this with, like, Blight Grave. It's just, you'd have less mag size, so you would need to... And you would need to avoid the ward regenning stuff that Blight Color gives. The trade-off would be you would get Geist in the Shell. That'd be pretty good. And you'd probably need to go down to a ×2. Which also makes sense, because then you'd have bigger Geists, you wouldn't have the ammo problems. It'd be kind of chilling. Yeah, it's doable. It's cool that this is a gun build that's primarily Graveborn, though. I like that. 69 Reapers? Yo, nice. I just use the word gramercy in conversation. This is your fault. Uh-oh. Never seen the Cannonballer scene play, never found out why. Extremely high base damage means extremely high dot. It's a great dot gun. Also, it just has good damage. The awkward thing with the Cannonballer is it's hard to hit, but if you do hit, big damage, big dot. Blight Feet not really impactful here because it's more elemental damage. It's just more in a category we already have too much of. Thinking about it. Let me look at... So, like, I just want to see what this would look like in a, very heavy version. Stuck in a box. I was wondering what that sound was. Wrath of Nature, pretty enticing factor. It's not. It's just kind of like there. Like, sure, it's cool having the Wrath of Nature, blast gas, but like, what else is Spore doing for my damage? Is some gun damage, which I already have an abundance. It's not doing too much. Geist would do more for my output than Wrath of Nature was responsible for. So we go with that. I wish there was a Jacob Shotgun shot cannonballs, so the pirates also pirate cutlass would be Pog. I always liked the idea of a Jacob's launcher being just a cannon. Like, if you've ever played Black Ops 4 Zombies, the Kraken, that was always my idea of what a Jacob's launcher would be. Yeah, like the thing with this is you can't take Flawless Edge, Wraithmail, or Amped Up. Bogged Down is not really worth either. And Active Decay is also not worth. So, like, you end up sinking some points into Virulence that don't really do much for the build concept. And Burn Offering doesn't give you too much either. So, like, this would basically just be for Geist, and to a much lesser extent worse Curse. And then you end up with Graveborn Tree Overspec. Like, you max Immortal Vessel. And then, I guess at that point you do take Harvest. Like, taking more Dark Pact is even less desirable with Blightcaller in the mix because you have Whisper of Rot. So, like, But, at this point, it's just what you do. You just simply do it anyway. Like, a point of Burn Offering, I guess. But yeah, you don't get a lot out of Blight Tree with this. And you definitely wouldn't want Restore the Veil. Toxicity would be hard to access. Spirit Storm wouldn't do much. Blight would just be for Geist, more or less. Or to use in Last Gasp, yeah. Trying to think other classes. Spell Shot would just be gun damage and fire rate. Stabo wouldn't do anything of note, really. Clawbringer, I guess we'd have the option of getting some awe shenanigans going. Could be amusing. But, like, wouldn't really add much. There's always Burr, but we know Burr Reaper is good. Yeah, I think I'll stick with this. Shall we push this up through chaos levels, you think? See what happens. See how C80 feels. I'm gonna go another half an hour. Do around 4 hours. Gonna launcher crossbow potential's not scary balance-wise. I mean, Torgue sticky launchers are a thing, and it's, you know, very similar. And, they're very powerful. In fact, there are no bad Torgue sticky launchers. There are some that are less good than other Torgue sticky launchers, but they are all good. Tunguska in BL3 absolutely destroys. Slept on, though, because it's not straightforward. Satisfaction after its buff, real good. Bloodbusters are kind of poo relative to other Torgue sticky launchers, yeah. Relative to launchers of other manufacturers, no. So, Mr. Steel, how you doing? When Satisfaction get buffed? A long time ago. Forest Cryo 3 Lightning. Satisfaction drop bugs. Oh. It's a joke. He's making a joke. See, I lost my Reaper there to 100% skill issue. I just stood in an attack that I could have avoided, but I just didn't. So now I have to do an extra cycle. This is fun. I'd also note that this is higher than where gun builds start to drop off. Like, this is Chaos 80. And it still feels good. I need to look into, part set for Sawmill, because I have no idea how close to max damage this is. This could be better. Fairly certain. Because I just literally took the first Sawmill I found and was like, hey, you're my new weapon for this. Blasphemy Pass kind of build. I say no one full well the game isn't even a year old. It's close to it though, Jaybridge. Over 10 months. Craziness. Time is fucky. Sometimes these past few years felt way longer than they probably were. Yeah, big part of that's pandemic time for sure. But in general, yeah, time's been interesting. Wait, now my cooldown a little bit. Sniper's bad era of the game. People still walk around saying that. Earth devs be like, oh, 2020 is how hard should we front load this decade to make things new and interesting. Hey, we don't know how much longer the live service model is going to be supported, right? I mean, maybe they're winding down. Maybe that's why it's so wild. Hey, Jungle Junkie. Hope your day is good. My day's great. Dead Planet. Cash grab. But like, actually. Definitely satisfying to put this much work in the sawmills. Break my shield. Break my shield. Okay, fine, I'll do it myself. Force 2 real, make it stop. Martian friends are telling me how killer their gameplay loop is now. Can't access that server from my region. Let's see how it does on 100. This boss run. Yeah. Make sure I put the right thing. Nullify or stay back? I guess I take stay back here. It's a cruel choice. Bastard. It's free. This is free real estate. There's my shotgun. I should reload this. I don't really need to pay much attention to the bird. It just doesn't heal that much. The ads, though, that stay back is relevant. Firing through the burb with a sawmill on a morticulturalist at C100. So as I've said a bajillion times, Blastard is easy. It's entirely a matter of just don't let him kill you. Popped at the nicest time. Welcome back, Nunu. Hopefully we get drill. I'd like to hit the other damage check on this. That'd be nice. Pigwort? Ooh, yeah, Pigwort would be a good one. This just feels good. Enjoyable gun build. Oh, Parasite's a decent check here, actually. I'm cool with that. Slow and steady. I'd say it gets the job done. I definitely do want higher damage roll sawmills for this. But it gets the job done. I gotta figure out what's optimal, part-wise. Oops. The only survivability issues we've run into have been because of stay back. Moo, can you not? Thanks, Viper. Damn, that was the hammer. I wasn't paying attention and I got hit and lost my Reaper. Entirely my fault. I guess Stabbo would work out okay here too, because you just get exploit their weakness instead of Wrath. Like, what else do you get? You get some movement speed, which helps Amnesia. But, like, is it more than Windrunner? No, it's the same amount as Windrunner. You end up with about the same fire rate. Less gun damage. More crit chance, but it's gun crit chance, who cares? Less cooldown, less mag size. One fewer thralls stack. What would the advantages of going Stabbo even be? Anyone think of any? Is timer meant to be paused? Yeah, we already finished the run, Vocal. I'm just messing around with, we did the playthrough on C75. I'm just messing around in the chamber at C100 for the rest of the stream time, because I don't have time to do the polymorph run. Got out for a bit later. Take it easy, Viper. I'll probably be ending before you get back. Hope the run was fun. It actually was. It was a really good time. I did not expect it to flow so well, but it did. We just went big ammo mode. And because it's non-lifesteal based survivability, it felt interactive and enjoyable. And with 209 shields and 3,757 base HP, we still work out to be tankier than most other setups. While running around using a gun that was nerfed on a multi-class that is not one of the higher tiered ones in terms of overall power. Just satisfying all around. This is a much better damage roll, but it's because of the mag. I wonder what the max damage for a 22 mag is. Or if I go down to an 18 mag. $16 mag's also an option. Maybe some elements I just run a lower mag size. Like, I don't need to shoot the shock one for huge periods of time, so I can just run a lower mag size one on that for more damage. Things like the first part of Wastard. Any more sawmills here? Yes, no? What's that one? 22. It's only higher because it's non-LE. Higher fire rate, though. What caused that? Pick it up. Just gonna pick up all these sawmills to look through their parts. Understand what makes them tick. There's a lot of that in this game. Like, we didn't know how high the sniper card crit mults went for a good while. Like, you can get, a lot. Okay, just making sure I got everything. Good. We're good. We're good. No more sawmills. Cool. So, sawmill, C100. Fully viable. Build where we just hold down trigger of sawmill for as long as possible and light things on fire to debuff them and or to get back our action skill. And then we hold down trigger more. Worked out quite well. So in terms of challenge runs, the next one is going to be Polymorph. And then after that, probably a redo of Storm Dragon's Judgment. And then that'll be everything except Plague Storm, which I suppose I'll brainstorm for, pun intended. But I don't really have any concrete plans to do Plague Storm at all. Anyway, slightly shorter stream today, but I do have to run. I have some obligations today. But thanks everyone for hanging out. Let me see who's live. We can bring the love over to them. Is Twitch okay? Okay, just take a second to load. Tizzle's on Terraria, Lazy's doing more Elden Ring, Alec is doing some BL3, Bastard is a Far Cry. K6 is still on, probably not for much longer though. Let's just go to Lazy. It's easy. Thank you everybody for hanging out. I appreciate you all immensely. Tomorrow's Saturday. No idea what I'm doing. You know, Saturday is traditionally variety. Maybe I grab Dead Space and do that. Maybe I don't. Maybe I finish up the Wonderland set. Maybe I do Pokemon. I have no idea. We'll see what happens. Also depends on how I'm gonna be feeling tomorrow. But yeah, y'all are great. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye-bye.